Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Wind Down Wednesday. How is everyone doing? What is everybody up to? How's it going? How's your week thus far? Midweek check in. As you can tell by the title, we are either celebrating good news or we are commiserating over some bad news. So I'm curious. Also, can you guys hear me? I probably should have started with that. Can you guys hear me? I did not do sound checks before I started this live, like I have been doing for the last couple of weeks to make sure that you guys could hear me. So here's my sound check. Can you guys hear me? um, but what was I going to say? Oh, yes. What do you guys think we're doing? Do you guys think that we are celebrating good news, or do you guys think that we're going to be commiserating over bad news? I'm curious to know what everyone thinks. Some people might know because I may have talked about it possibly in like someone else's sprint. Maybe I can't remember if I maybe dropped hints or anything. I might have, it's possible. But yeah, I'm curious to know what you guys are thinking. Also, what are you guys drinking? What are you guys reading? I'm reading The Naturals, which the book is here somewhere. I don't remember where I put it. So that is what I'm going to be doing on this first sprint, is trying to figure out where my book is. I don't know where it went. Also, I am in a different location. If you are on my sprints every week, then you can tell by the background that I'm not where I normally am. I'm in my mom's garage. I didn't go to my house like I normally do on Wednesdays today, because there was stuff that I was supposed to do on Friday that I couldn't do on Friday because my exam was on Friday. So I had to move the stuff from Friday to today. So my whole routine for the day is off, on top of the fact that some stuff happened yesterday with my dog. So that also threw my routine off. So today is just, a little bit of a fluke. I do plan on being back in my normal setup next week, but, we'll see what happens. But yeah, let's check in with the comments, see what you guys are up to, what you're reading, what you're drinking, how your week's going. Hello, Tennille. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Just a person. I love this name. Is that what you want to be called? Do you want to be called just a person, or is there a name that you go by? Let me know. But I love your username. Excellent. Thank you so much. Hello, Sarah. Yes. Ha 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 ha. I think I might wait maybe until the second sprint to and not the second sprint, the second chatty bit to say what it is. That way people have time, to roll in. I don't want people to miss it if they were, looking forward to it like you are. I don't want anybody to miss it. So yeah, I might wait until the second chatty bit. But just know that the information is coming. And there's a couple of things. Some of it is kind of channel related, but most of it is just stuff going on in my life, which I feel like I should share with you guys. Working and trying to stay awake. Yes, I feel that. I honestly feel that so hard. I am so tired. I had to drink Baja Blast to get me through the rest of this day. For some reason, Baja Blast and Mountain Dew gives me this crazy rush of energy that I don't normally have. I've figured out that that's the secret. I feel like I get more of an energy boost from drinking Mountain Dew than I do from drinking coffee. So if I know that I have a long day, I will usually drink a Mountain Dew. I try not to do that to myself, but sometimes we have to do it. So if you need coffee or Mountain Dew, energy drink, whatever it is, I recommend so that you can get through the rest of the day. Sarah thinks we're celebrating. Okay. Jaleesa said celebrating. Okay. Hello, Shayna. How are you? Definitely celebrating. Okay. I think the comment you made, yeah, I was gonna say, I think I said something somewhere, but I don't remember whose sprint I said it on. I don't know if it was Katie or Vanessa. It could have even been Jen. I don't remember whose sprint I was on. Or maybe it was Courtney. I really don't remember. I can't remember. Hello, Zoe. Currently reading The Teacher by Freida McFadden, about 200 pages in. Nice. Have you read anything by Freida McFadden before? I can't remember. I think we've talked about this before, but I don't remember if you have or not. But if you have not read anything by Freida McFadden, then I'm not surprised that you are enjoying this. I know that her books tend to be books that are easy reads and kind of bingeable. But if you have read other books by her, I'm curious to know how you feel, at least thus far, how you feel like this one is like stacking up and comparing to the other books of hers that you've read. I would be interested to hear your thoughts on that. I'll be listening to, ooh, How to Sell Your Blood and Fall in Love. That sounds like a cool title. Hold on, I need to look this up. How to Sell Your Blood. I don't think Google knows what this is. Let me see. This is a wild title. Ooh, let me see the cover. Oh, this is definitely, by the looks of the cover anyway, definitely looks like a fantasy. Ooh, Guides for Dating Vampires. Oh, it's a vampire book. And it's apparently Guides for Dating Vampires is the name of the series. And this is the second book in that series. Very cool. Well, I might have to check this out. Might have to look into this. You might have just put me on to something. Hello, Shayna. Oh no, tell us now to. That is a good point. That I will think about that. That is a good point, Sarah. That is a good point. Hello, Kiana. How's work? Hello, Jamie. I'm doing well. Hello. Welcome. Hello to Kiana. I stayed up too late. Didn't go to bed until 2:30 because I got distracted watching TikTok videos of a person with a pet pig. TikTok is honestly like a black hole. That is the reason why I don't get on TikTok unless I have to. Like TikTok is not something that I use just to like pass the time or like, oh, I'm bored. Like, let me just scroll. The only time I really ever get on TikTok is if I'm looking for something specific. Like if I'm looking for recommendations for something. So if I'm looking for, like earlier today, I was looking for luggage. I was like, oh, let me see like what's on TikTok. Like what's the new popping, I don't know, trends in luggage. And I actually saw that there is a suitcase. I don't necessarily know how new it is. It probably has been around for a while, but I'd never seen it before. And it was a suitcase, and it also has like a smaller like carry-on size suitcase like that goes with it. Or I don't know if it goes with it, but like, you know, they're made by the same people. But it has like a cup holder that pulls out of the back of it. And then like the handle part, like the part that you drag, the handle part has like a little flip down thing where you can like sit your phone, like prop your phone up. And then it also has like locks, for the zippers like built into the suitcase. And it also has like USB ports so you can charge your phone. Imagine, I have never thought of the idea of charging my phone with my suitcase, like my suitcase being a battery pack. So I thought that was so cool. But that's the kind of stuff that I go on TikTok for, is to look for things. I was also looking at stuff for like organizing your car. So I was looking at stuff like that, like, oh, like what is Amazon or, you know, like independent sellers and stuff, Etsy shops and stuff. Like what do people have? What's out there for like car organization? Because I really do need to organize my car. So like that's what I go on TikTok for, is when I'm looking for like specific things. Otherwise, I don't go on there because I will be sucked in, and like you said, it'll be 2:30 in the morning, and I'm still up watching videos. Hello, Lexi. Ooh, what did you like to know? I will tell you guys. Okay, would you rather know? Since I said that I was going to wait until the second chatty bit to tell you guys like the news and the announcements. But Sarah brings up a good point in that perhaps I should reward the people who are here on time with something. So would you rather know how I did on the exam, or would you rather know what the other piece of announcement is that I have? Which one? So you could either put exam or other. Like just let me know what you would prefer. And whichever one has more is the one that I'll tell you guys now, and then I'll tell you guys the other one during the second sprint or during the second chatty bit. Hello, Rainy. Reading Promise of Period. Okay. 16% in and way behind in my buddy read with Katie and Sarah. Oh, no. I feel like you're always reading buddy read, so it's not surprising to me that you're behind because you always have like so many going on at the same time. How is your buddy read of A Little Life going? Have you caught up in that one, or like are you still enjoying it? How are you feeling about that? Also hope you're liking The Naturals. I read that one. Ooh, okay. I just started it. What today's Wednesday? I think I started it yesterday. Yeah. I was like, was it yesterday? Yeah. I just started it yesterday, so I'm not too far in, but I'm liking what I'm reading so far. But like I said, I just started it yesterday. Yes, I have. Okay, and Do Not Disturb. This is your favorite so far, followed by The Housemaid. About wow, 5 more of her books today because the work in the UK have them. Oh, that's a good deal. Nice. That's awesome. So you have not read. I'm curious to know, like, since you read The Housemaid, you're reading The Teacher now. The ones that I feel like I hear the most about is obviously The Housemaid. I feel like that's the one that like kind of got her name out there because most people have heard of The Housemaid. But also The Inmate, The Coworker, Never Lie, and this one that you're reading now, The Teacher. Those are the other 4 that I feel like I hear people talk about the most. And I'm trying to figure out, like, when I do go to read Freedom McFadden, I don't know where to start. Like, what should I start with? And I would much rather start with, I want to end on a high. So I would rather read the best book last and start with the ones that are not as good. But I don't know, because I feel like everyone's opinion on her books is so like all of, like, some people are like, oh, this is my favorite. Other people are like, oh, I hated that one. Oh, this is the worst one. This is the best one. So I don't know where to start with her work, but I definitely want to read her. She's been an author that's been on like my like to read list, like authors to read for a while now. Hello, Rainy. Hello, Zoe. Spend so much money on stuff. I see on the internet, yes. Which is another reason why I don't spend a ton of time on TikTok, because I feel like you see so much stuff and you're like, oh, and it's so easy to buy stuff now with like TikTok shop or everybody having like, the link, to my Amazon shop is in the bio. It's so easy to end up like buying stuff. So again, I only go on there when I know that I'm looking for something specific. That way I'm not tempted to just randomly be scrolling on a, Thursday night and just spend all my money. I go on there strategically. Sometimes I'll go on there too, like not even just like looking for recommendations of stuff to buy, but I'll also go on there to look for recommendations of places like to go. So like for my birthday, for example, I went to this spa that's not far away from my house at all. It was like maybe 20 minutes away. And I didn't even know it existed. Like the area that it's in is an area that I go to, relatively frequently. And I've been going to that area almost my entire adult life. Had no idea that this spa was like tucked away in the corner where it was. And I found out about it through TikTok. And it's a really nice spa with like, the hydrotherapy and the steam room and the sauna and, the swimming pool and stuff. Like it was a really nice spa. But I've never heard anybody talk about it, didn't know it existed, and went on TikTok. Sure enough, that's where it was. That's also where I find like a lot of like restaurant recommendations, or like if I'm going to be traveling to a place I've never been to before, if I'm going to, out of state or something, I'll look on TikTok, like things to do in whatever town or whatever state it is. And like, I'll find like things to do. So yeah, TikTok is good for some stuff, but I only go on there when I'm like specifically looking for something so I don't get sucked into the black hole. Bart Darcy Coates' book last month called Where He Can't Find You sounds pretty awesome and creepy. It does. I hear good things about Darcy Coates. Darcy Coates is another author that I haven't read before, but I hear good things about that author. So you'll have to let me know how you like it, Zoe. Have no problem acting surprised. I love that. Okay, so Sarah says exam. Jaleesa says exam. Rainy says announce the other part. Neil says exam. Rainy. Zoe said other. Rainy said both. Gotta check out. Yes. I'll see if I can find the link and I'll post it. It seems like most people want to know about the exam. Okay. So we'll do the exam. Oh, is that what the video is? A haul video? Ooh. Reading Tom Lake by Anne Pratchett. Drinking Chardonnay. My glass is a really pretty one this week with a gold rim. Jamie's getting fancy on us, y'all. She got Chardonnay and a gold rim glass. Lucky you. Coda finished a little like, oh wow. Oh no, I didn't know he finished it. Okay, so you're 40% in. Based on how far you are, like, are you liking it still? Like, are you still at a point where you're like, you want to continue reading it? or are you just gonna finish it for the sake of like just completing the buddy read? Like, is it something where you feel obligated to finish it, or are you finishing it because you want to, because you are actually enjoying it? I read my first Frida, the house. Oh, okay. Yeah, a lot of people say that the housemaid, especially the first one, I hear kind of mixed reviews about the second one, but the first one, I think the majority of people that I know that have read it enjoyed it. I think the people that read the housemaid and didn't enjoy it tend to be people who maybe read some of her other stuff first. And from what I've heard about this author, her formulas, I guess, are kind of similar throughout her books, kind of like what's the guy, the silent patient guy, Alex Michaelides, whatever his name is, kind of like him, where it's like once you know the formula, you kind of know what to expect. I've heard that Frida is like similar in that way. So like people who read her other stuff before they read The Housemaid weren't as impressed by The Housemaid. But I guess if The Housemaid is the first thing that you started with, then that makes sense as to why you liked it. The Inmate is one. I'm trying to get my Midsummer, fingers crossed, for different bookshop tomorrow. The others you mentioned. Oh, nice. So you got the whole collection. What rating did you give it? That is a great question. And I will do the exam. I will tell you guys how I did on the exam once I get to the end of these comments. Why is this not working? Oh, there we go. Only read The Locked Door. I forgot about that one. That is another one that's pretty popular by her. I'll be reading The Housemaid this year. I enjoyed The Locked Door. Didn't suspect a thing. Okay. Just pre-ordered too much stuff. Oh, wait. Barnes & Noble's having a hold on. Wait, how did I not know about this? Runs to Barnes & Noble website. Is it still happening? Are they still doing the sale? Let's see. I don't even know what pre-orders I want. I feel like I pre-ordered the stuff that I wanted, and I don't even know what's coming out in the second half of the year. Ooh, 25% off pre-order books with the code. Does it say offer ends on the 19th, which is what, Friday? Okay, cool. I got some time. Got some time to make a list. I did not know about this pre-order, so thank you so much, Rainey. Gave The Housemaid, okay, a 4-star. Okay, that's a good rating. Hello, Maria. How are you? Winding down with water. Nothing wrong with that. Hello, Courtney. How are you? Love a good haul video. Coloring really. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Because I know you have 2 channels. Nothing wrong with that. Gotta go get dinner together. Okay. I will let you guys know. Gave it 3.5. Okay. Wasn't original, just okay, that's fair. And I think that definitely can affect your rating. Like when you're reading something that is, and it also depends on how it's done, because I feel like some things can be very derivative, but like it's on purpose. Like they are intentionally trying to pay like homage to some, original work, whether or not it's like a classic, it doesn't matter. But like when you're inspired by something and it's like, oh, well, I want to make it like this. I want to do like my version of, whatever this is. I think that that's cool. But I feel like when you're trying to make it original, but like it's very clearly you pulled this from something. Like the first book that comes to mind is Lightlark. If anybody has read Lightlark is one of those books where like it was very clearly inspired by like ACOTAR and like is it Divergent or Hunger Games, one of those books. It was very like obvious that that's where this author was pulling this stuff from. It was very unoriginal, but not in a way where it was like trying to pay tribute to it. It was like trying to be its own thing, but it was like, girl, you stole this from, wherever. So it depends on how it's done. But that's good that it was still a good time, despite the fact that it wasn't original. I liked it, but so far behind due to music teacher end of year concert, kids' birthdays. Oh wait, did their birthday parties happen yet? I know their birthdays are so close. Did the parties already happen? Did I miss it? Not that I was invited, but I mean, did it pass? Need time to dedicate to it, yeah. And it's a big book. Like A Little Life is not a small. It's a chunker. Fair rating. They're good in between books. I feel good for quick reads. Fair enough. Coda said he was exhausted after reading Little Life. I have 208 pages left. Okay. Are you still enjoying it, Jaleesa? Started with Do Not Disturb. Okay. That is one that I don't hear people talk about quite as much. It comes up like every now and then, but I don't feel like I hear as many people talking about that one. Well, thank you, Nightbot. Let's see. Ooh, my glass almost fell over. Yes, I agree. Yeah. I try to avoid it unless I'm looking for something specific. I try not to engage. Just started today. You have time. I thought I had pre-ordered all my stuff and found 8 more books. Oh my gosh, that's so many. I would really have to think about like, is there anything that I wanted that I didn't order? Because I feel like I ordered, like I said, most of my stuff. They did a pre-order sale. I think it was in January or like early February or something. They did a pre-order sale, and I feel like I got the stuff that I wanted then. So I have to go back through my list and see if there's anything else that I wanted, or if there are any like new releases that are coming out in the second half of the year. Because I feel like all the books that I wanted that were new releases for 2024 all come out between like January and June or something like that. I don't know of any books that I was interested in that had a release date like past July. So I don't know what's happening in the second half of 2024. I don't know what books are coming out. So I need to do some research and see what is coming out later this year and if it's anything that I might be interested in. Or the book. On the book. Hopefully, I can finish it this week or next Sunday. Okay, okay. You got this. You can do it. The book does not have you. You got it. My new video should be posted soon. It's processing. And if you like this book, read. Ooh, I like those. I like those. I'm definitely going to check that out. You need wine for that? Yeah. You need probably a stiffer drink than wine. Probably need something a little stronger for that book. I mean, Powerless is very clearly Hunger Games. That's their version. And I haven't read Powerless, but I have heard that. I have heard that. And that is a book that I've heard. I think, was it Brittany? I forget who it was, but somebody was saying, like, when they read it, that it was good, but like, it wasn't like good. It was just a good time. Like, they enjoyed it. Kind of like Fourth Wing for some people. Like, some people, Fourth Wing wasn't like literary, magic, but it was like a fun ride. So yeah, you definitely have those books that are a good time, but they're not necessarily like the best books, ever. It's Sunday. Oh, it's this Sunday. That's exciting. His birthday passed. We went to a theme park. Oh, I'm sure he had an amazing time. That's so exciting. Do you have everything ready for this weekend? Having a combined birthday party for 2 like small children, I'm sure is a lot. So hopefully things are lining up and falling into place for you. Gave okay 3 stars. It was okay. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That would probably make sense as to why I don't hear quite as many people talking about that one. A couple of mini shots in the fridge. Maybe I'll finish it once I finish the last part. So far, Little Life is a book I will never forget. Okay, every character can catch these hands. Oh my gosh. Well, that's good. I think like the fact that you said that you never forget it. I hope that you mean that in the best way possible. Hopefully, it's not like traumatizing you, and that's why you won't forget it. So yeah, hopefully you're still enjoying it. Hello, Nicole. How are you? I mean, I gave Powerless 5-star. All vibes make no sense. Powerless is a book that I definitely want to read this year. I don't know when I'm going to get to it, but it's high on the list of books that I want to read because I hear such good things about it. So I definitely want to read it, and I'm curious to see like what I'm gonna read it. I'm sure combined birthday parties are a lot. My parents had them for me and my 2 sisters all the time since our birthdays are 6 days apart. Yeah, I remember you told me that. I'm just like, your parents are soldiers for that. All right, we have made it to the end of the comments. So, as far as the exam goes, I took the exam on Friday, and I tried to cram as much as I could. You guys saw me on Wednesday. My dad actually went back and watched my sprint, and he called my mom and thought that I was asleep during the sprint because I was like looking down like at the computer and like reading. And I guess the way the camera was angled, it looked like my eyes were closed. I was like, no, I was studying. But yeah, so I took the exam on Friday. What was crazy is that so the exam was supposed to start at 12, and they tell you that you have to get there a half an hour early because there's like all this check-in stuff that you have to do because it's kind of like weirdly intense. Like I don't even remember the SATs being like this intense, but like you go in and you have to like take, your phone, your watch, like all that stuff has to come off. You have to put your stuff away. You have to sign all these different like forms. You can't even have like water. Like you're not even allowed to take water into the room. Like you can't take anything into the room. It was a whole like process. I was like, this is real extra. Like, is it really that serious? But I get there at 11:30. Technically, I got there at 11:32. But I get there, and the way where the testing center is, the testing center was like kind of like a house almost. If you've ever been in like any kind of like office, but it's really like a house in somebody's like basement kind of thing, it was like one of those setups. So I get there and I, park around the back and I go down the stairs to go in the door and the door is locked. And I'm like, okay, so I knock on the door and nobody comes to the door. And then I like look in the window and the lights are off and I'm like, am I in the right place? Like, this feels real sketchy. Like, what's going on? So then I ended up having to call them. I stood out there for like 15 minutes and then I ended up calling someone. I was like, is somebody coming? Like, is my test canceled? Like, what's going on? It turns out the proctor was late and I don't know what happened to his car, but I think the guy that called me was not my proctor. It must have been like his boss or something, called me to tell me that he had to call the proctor a lift so that he could get to, the testing site to be able to administer my test. So finally get in there. He didn't get there until 12. Mind you, my exam was supposed to start at 12. So he gets there at 12 and we're rushing through like all the, check-in procedures and stuff like that. I had to get like my photo taken. They had to scan my ID, like just all these different things I had to do. And then I get in the room, I'm taking the exam, and I'm trying to like take my time with it because I, was told that the questions are very like the questions are designed to confuse you or trip you up. So I'm like trying to take my time. And like I said, this is happening in like a house. And like that's really what the building is. It's not like a real office building structure. It's really more like a house. And so the walls are relatively thin. And it's also like an old house that was very clearly built, probably at least in the 70s, if not before then. So the walls are super thin. And there are like 4 men, like grown men with deep voices, standing outside the door, like in the lobby, having a full-blown conversation about who knows what while I'm trying to take my test. And I have ADHD, so I'm like trying to tune them out, trying to focus on my exam, stressing out because I can hear everything they're saying and I'm trying not to get distracted. So I'm distracting myself by trying not to get distracted. But ultimately, the test was 120 questions. And I think we had to get 75 right in order to pass. And I got an 86. So I did, in fact, pass. I told that whole long story just to build up suspense. I mean, it's all a true story, but it was really just to build up the suspense. I did pass the exam. That's the long story short. I passed. Hello, Christina. Making supper, hugging the like button. Thank you so much. Hello, Paco. Paco, you were sprinting earlier. What was it? Monday, I think you were sprinting. I saw that you were sprinting. And then when I joined, I think you had ended. It must have been like a shorter sprint. Because when I think it was like 2 hours later when I had a break, I tried to pop in, but it said it was over. So I was very upset that I missed you. Hello, Jen. Ooh, just ate dinner, getting my kids showered, and then sitting down to read The Woman. Nice. Then all the congratulations coming in. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Yes, I was stressed. I'm just like, oh my gosh. Like, and it wasn't like because he was late that I had less time to do the exam. They still gave me my full time, which they better have because it's not my fault that he was late. But it was just one of those things where like I was just like so ready. I had just finished like looking over my notes. It was all fresh in my brain. So then having to just sit and wait for a half an hour, I'm like, what if I forget everything? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm glad you did because I honestly wasn't confident. I felt like if I had at least one more week to study, I would have been great. But I think I said when I was studying like during the sprint, that the textbook, I think, was like 450-ish pages, like roughly 450, probably was a little bit less, but it was about 450 pages. And I only got up to like page, I don't know, 103 or something. And I was like, I can't keep reading this because I'm not going to finish in time. So then I switched over and started looking at the flashcards and trying to memorize those. And between the flashcards and the textbook, and then I also took like the practice exam, try to get an idea of like what kind of questions they're going to ask and like what I need to focus on. But I was so nervous. I really was. I was so nervous. But the reason why I wasn't as nervous the day of is because right before I went to go take my exam, when I say right before, it was like maybe 3 hours before. So I left the house at 11 so I could get there at 11:30. Around 9:30 that morning, I got a phone call. And so the phone call that I got is the next announcement that I will do during the next chatty bit. But it was very interesting that that phone call came through hours before I was set to take my exam. So we'll talk about what that phone call was in the next chatty bit. I let out a breath. I didn't know. Thank you. I'm honestly so glad that it's over because that is something that I've been like stressing about since like September of last year. So it is such a relief for it to be over. Like even if I had failed the exam, I still could retake it. I can always retake it at least I think one more time I can retake it. So worst case scenario, I would have another opportunity. It's not like it's one and done. But if I didn't pass and I had to take it again, that would mean at least another month of me studying. And I wanted to be done studying. I was so sick of studying. So I'm thrilled that it is over. And I can now say that I am officially a certified anti-money laundering specialist, which is fantastic. Probably going to be editing during the sprints. Nice. I need to do that too, honestly. Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Appreciate it. Hello. How are you, Tina? What are you guys getting? Oh, I passed my exam. So thank you. Thank you so much, Glenda. I appreciate it. Yep, I passed my exam. So excited that it's over. I'm more excited about the fact that it's over than I am excited about the fact that like I'm a certified, anti-money laundering specialist. Like I can take it or leave it. I'm just glad that I don't have to deal with this anymore. I'm glad that it's over. Hello, Jean. Accidentally had my phone on mute and thought it was you at one point. I'm 20% through. Ooh, wow, love. How are you liking that? Elsie Silver is an author that I definitely, again, want to read this year. There's a couple of authors that I have on my list of like authors I definitely want to read in 2024. Elsie Silver is one of them. I have not read anything by that author, but I know that people love her work, so I definitely want to check out her books. Thank you. Hello to Glenda. It is. Yes, thank you so much, Tina. All right, let me get the timer pulled up. I have it pulled up on my screen, but you guys can't see it. So let's get that pulled up for you. Let's see, there we go. Move that out the way. Whoa, what just happened? Oh dear. Can you guys see that? What's happened? Okay, there we go. I don't know what just happened. Like my whole screen like just went black for a second. All right. We're to our first sprint. I will see you guys back here in 60 minutes. Happy reading. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. How did everyone do? How did your reading go? I found my book. It was behind the bed, so I did find it, so that's great. I didn't read the entire time. Some of that time I was filming a vlog update. I also ate dinner. What else did I do? I don't remember. But yeah, the vlog update and dinner. And then I did read about 25 pages of this. So still pretty productive. How did everyone else do? I know we had some folks join us during that sprint. So let's see. Elise's joined us. Hello, hello. Elise is still at work. Hopefully work is going well. And thank you so much. I appreciate it. Father, yes, I did. Thank you, Vanessa. I did pass. It is finally over, which, like I said, so exciting that I don't have to think about this exam anymore. I don't have to study anymore. Hello, Susan. Thank you so much. Hello, Coda. How are your sprints? Wednesdays are hard. Like daytime sprints in general during the week are hard because I never know when I'm going to get a break, which brings me to my next announcement. But yeah, I never know when I'm going to get a break during the day. There are times where I don't get a break and I just work without a lunch break. So yeah, it's hard to pop in when I don't know what my day's gonna look like, but I hope that sprints went well. I saw that there was a lot of chatting happening in the IG group, so I have to go back and read those. I'm not caught up, so I don't know what was going on in there, but hopefully your sprints went well. Hello, Katie. How are you? How's your Wednesday? Saying hello to Katie. Hello to Coda and Katie. That was a chore sprint. Why does adulting take so long? I know. I feel that. I feel like I spend more time. I'm like choking. I think I'm choking on a piece of the burger that I was eating. I feel like chores take so long to do. And it's like sometimes I wonder if I enjoyed doing chores, would it feel like it takes as long as it does? I feel like a lot of times stuff goes by really fast because you're just enjoying it, and so you're not thinking about the time. But when there's something that you really want to do and you can't do it because you have something that you have to do that you don't really want to do, you're like constantly like, oh, when is this going to be over? Like checking the clock, like how much longer? So yeah, I agree that it feels like doing the adult stuff takes up more time of your life than any of the fun stuff. Yes, hello to Glenda, hello to Coda, hello to Elise's. Read about 50 pages, nice. A flawless and got to the first smutty part. Okay, how was it? Was it good? Was it well written? Did a lot of contemplating dinner and then just decided to eat cheese bread from a pizza place nearby. Fair enough. I will never tell someone to not eat cheese bread. Cheese and bread are two of my favorite foods. So I feel like you can't go wrong with that combo. I mean, if you eat too much of it, you might get constipated, but that's besides the point. But okay, so the next announcement, I told you guys that about 3-ish hours before I took my exam, I got a phone call that I was not expecting. And that phone call was a job offer. So I put my 2 weeks in for the job that I'm currently at. And my last day is next Friday. So I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Not even like excited for the new job, just excited to be leaving my current job because I feel like you guys have heard me say numerous times over the last year how draining and exhausting and like time consuming my job is. So I'm so glad that I'm getting out of here. I need to get out, and I'm so glad that this is happening. So, this is definitely going to be a transition period. There's a lot of obviously transitioning happening because I'm still not in my house, and now I'm transitioning to a new job. So a lot of new stuff is happening. It's funny because I said before I turned 30, kind of like jokingly, that like, oh, this is gonna, it was like right after the house flooded, which was like in like late February. I remember saying like, oh, like this is gonna be like the reset year. And I was kind of joking when I said it, but it does kind of feel like that is what's happening, because the house is eventually at some point going to get redone. So that will be a reset. And I'm getting a new job. So that is a reset. And then just, the fact that I turned 30, like I'm starting a new decade. So like kind of in a way, like, a reset. So I'm looking at 2024 as the reset year. That is what I'm like. This was just the year that God decided to hit the restart button, like refresh. He control F'd my life this year. So I'm very excited to see what the rest of the year has in store and what the rest of the year is going to look like. I am desperately, 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 desperately hoping that this job is not going to be as consuming as my current job is. That way I can have more time to dedicate to doing YouTube stuff, because I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I have not posted a video since like February. Outside of like Wednesday sprints, I have not been able to post anything because I haven't had time to edit anything. I have a lot of stuff that I filmed, but just nothing that I've had time to edit. And so I'm hoping that things will kind of calm down with this new job. I don't know if it will. I have no idea if it will. For all I know, this job could be even worse. Like I have no idea. But I'm hoping that things will be a little more relaxed, a little more tamed. And it's funny too, because when I put in my 2 weeks and I was talking to my manager about the whole thing, even he was agreeing that like this job is just the nature of this job and the way that management has it set up. It is unsustainable. It is not something that you can do for, a long period of time. It's not the place where you can hang your hat, because there's just too much work and too little time. Everybody is overworked and underpaid. Like that's just like a universal thing at this point. But this job like takes that to the extreme, where not my manager, but his old manager used to say, if you've ever heard the expression like work-life balance, that's supposed to be a thing. My manager's old manager used to tell us it's a work-life choice. Like you have to choose whether you want to like live your life and be happy, or if you want to work and make money, like because you can't have it both ways, which unfortunately it was the reality. I'm living proof that I could not do both. And that's why the turnover rate is so high. Like I started this job in March of last year. And I think when I joined, it was probably a team of about 12 to 16 people, roughly. I was obviously the newest person out of like 12 or 16 people. And now I am the third most senior person, which means that all those other people that were there when I started, none of them, are there anymore. For me to be number 3 in seniority, that's very telling. So my manager was not surprised. He was very sad because, we enjoy working with each other. But he definitely understood, and he kind of like saw it coming just because of the way this job is and how consuming it is. Like it really is so consuming. But he's happy for me ultimately. I'm happy for me. So that's really, all that matters. But I am very excited. Like I said, I hope that this frees up some time for me where I'm able to, like I said, focus and get some content out for you guys. I have a lot of vlogs, like so many vlogs that I need to edit. So I'm hoping that I will have a little more time. The next 2 weeks is going to be a little bit crazy because I have a bunch of stuff that I have to finish up, like cases that I'm in the middle of that I need to finish. Because do I have to finish it? No, because like, what are they going to do? Fire me? Can't really do that when I've already quit. But I just, I like my coworkers and I don't want to put them in that position. It's very difficult when someone has been working on something, working really closely with something, and then they just leave and you have to try to like step in and pick up where they left off when you know nothing about what's going on. So I don't want to put them in that situation. So I am trying to finish up the stuff that like I'm really deep in the weeds of. I'm trying to finish up those cases so that nobody else has to try to like jump in and pick up where I left off. So the next 2-ish weeks are going to be a little bit hectic, but I'm hoping that once the new job starts, I can breathe. I can breathe. I feel like I've been drowning and suffocating for the last year. So I'm excited to get some oxygen. But that is my other announcement, that I will be starting a new job. Let's see, where did I leave off in the, I think it was here maybe? Tanil said, I have physical limitations due to health reasons, so chores do take extremely long. Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Are there any things that you can do? Like, are there? I mean, I don't know what chores you're referring to specifically, but are there like things that you could like buy, or I don't know, just something that would make it like easier to like more convenient or something? Let me know. Sarah said it was good. Oh, good. It made me want to go out. Wow. Okay. I mean, I eat a I do too. Dairy, cheese is my favorite food. So, although dairy tends to not agree with the human body, I think most people are probably lactose intolerant. It is still my favorite food. I love cheese. So, anything that's like cheese or cream based, I'm there. I'm there. Yes, I'm very excited. I'm very excited. I'm hoping that this will work out so that I can go back to being able to create content for you guys. That is like one of my biggest things is that I want to be able to have more time and not be so consumed with doing overtime and working and stuff like that. Being able to just read, like reading, I have time to read, but then when it comes to like planning videos, even sometimes sitting down to film videos, and then especially obviously the editing piece, like for all the content creators out there, you guys know that editing a lot of times takes longer than anything. So trying to find time to edit a video is difficult. So I'm hoping to free up some time. That's what I need. I need my life back. Thank you. I love this so much. Yes, I really did. This job was, ooh. I learned a lot. Like, don't get me wrong. I met some really great people. Like one of my best friends I met at this job. And we're like, she left back in September. She was like, this is for the birds, I'm out of here. But we're still, really close. And actually, she was the first person that I called when I got the job offer. She was the first person that I called. So yeah, I met some really great people working here. I really love like the atmosphere of like my coworkers. Management really was the issue. Like my coworkers themselves, the majority of them were great. I really enjoyed working with them. And like I said, I learned a lot. I learned so much in this last year because I came into this job with really no real experience. Like I think we talked about on the live stream that I did on Sunday, when we were talking about the book Unwinding Anxiety. We were talking about how, some people will read a book or watch a video on something and think that because they read the book or because they watched the video, or, watch the tutorial or something, that suddenly they can go out and do it. And it's like, okay, you have the knowledge, but you don't know how to apply it. And so I feel like I had the knowledge for some stuff, but had no idea how to actually apply it in a real world setting. And so coming into this job, that was definitely like a huge learning curve, having to learn how to apply a lot of the stuff that I knew, in my head. So I definitely learned so much. My manager was great. I learned so much from him. So like it was an experience that I still got a lot out of, even though it was kind of miserable the entire time. It still had its benefits and I still gained a lot through having done it. Would I take it back? Like, would I change it? Like, if I can go back in time and not accept this job, would I not accept it? I probably, if I knew then what I know now, that I only had to be here for a year, then yeah, I'd do it again. I think what I got out of it was worth the hell that I had to go through. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. I got to 83%. Nice. Still a good book, but the family is still so wholesome. Oh, that's good. No murders, no scandals, no trauma. Imagine wanting those things. Imagine being upset that people aren't dying or having scandals and no one's traumatized. Supper. Ooh, fun. What did you make? That work-life balance is a must. Exactly. And that's been my current employer's like biggest issue. That's why the turnover rate is so high, because they burn their workers out in like 6 to 9 months, and then they want to leave and go somewhere else. So it's kind of a waste of money. But I guess when you work for such a big corporation that has like billions and billions of dollars, I guess they can afford to keep hiring new people and training people over and over again. But to me, it just seems like a no-brainer to like invest in your employees, make it a place that they want to work. That way they don't leave and you don't have to spend money on retraining people. Like, for example, I took this exam on Friday, right? The same day I got the call for the job, I took the exam. My current job paid for me to take that exam. So I basically took the exam that they paid for, passed, and then put my 2 weeks in 2 days later. So I basically got the exam certification, or got the license or whatever, and then quit, which was not my plan. Like, I did not at all go into it like thinking like, oh, I'm going to get this certificate and then quit. It just worked out that way, which I guess benefited me. But it's just one of those things where, like, had they treated their workers better, I would have never been looking, not treated them better, but like had a more sustainable work environment. If that had been the case, I would have never been looking for a job in the first place. But it is, like I said, it's very unsustainable the way this job is set up. Like, you're basically always working in crisis mode. And I've even said, like, it's okay to have a job that is stressful every now and then. Every job has, like, it's what I call like the Black Friday season, or, the summer vacation season, where it's like, when Black Friday sales hit, if you're a retail worker, that it's going to be crazy. Like, Black Friday time it's going to, like, even that whole month of November is going to be crazy because everybody's coming in shopping. It's holiday time. People got money and stuff. Everybody's, going crazy. So you expect that time of the year to be hectic, but you don't expect, like, I don't know, May to be like a hectic month. But like November, December, sure. So like there are, ebbs and flows of like when there's like a rush and when things are kind of like, normal. And at this job, it is always Black Friday. Like, every single day is Black Friday, and there is no lull, there is no break, there is no, normal. Like, crisis mode is normal. And it is just unsustainable to work like that all the time and never have a break from it. So my manager is fully aware. He was like, yeah, I kind of figured. I was like, well, at least But yeah, work-life balance is definitely very important. And I think that employers that don't prioritize that are really doing themselves a disservice, because nowadays people are hopping around. And they also, if anybody is not aware of this, there have been studies and statistics that show that people who change jobs every 2 years, roughly, make more money faster, which, as a person who has pretty much done that, not on purpose, but just by chance, that is how my life has been. I have been changing jobs like almost every 2 years, like roughly, give or take. I have been able to climb the ladder financially relatively quickly because I changed jobs. Once you stick with the job for a long time, your promotions and your raises and stuff like that are a little fewer further between, versus if you're going to another company, they're going to want to invest in whatever you're bringing to the table. But once you're already at the table, they're not as incentivized to, try to pay, for what your services are, because you're already here. They already got you locked down. It's kind of like when you're in a relationship, like, the guy or the gal is like courting you because they want you, but then once they get you, the courting tends to kind of disappear. You're like, we don't go out as much as we used to. You don't do the things you used to do anymore. It's kind of how a job is. So yes, work-life balance is extremely important, and jobs need to pay a little more attention to that. We have a high turnover rate, but everyone leaves with their first night. Oh, wow. Within the first 90 days. So they're not even out of probation period. Wow. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I told my manager I love her emails today telling people that they have to work their mandated shifts for the hours assigned and not just leaving me high. Yes. That's crazy that they do that to you. Do you ever do that to them? Like, be like, just like return the favor, be like, you did this to me. This is what you get. Well, she didn't say my name in the email, but I feel like it was, yeah. And other people probably knew too. Work-life balance is one of many reasons I've been dragging my feet with my job search. Yeah, and I think too, like my old job, the one that I had like before this one, work-life balance was fantastic. The pay wasn't great, but the work-life balance, couldn't ask for a better work-life balance. And I think that was another thing that I learned from this experience working where I'm currently at, is sometimes you have to like weigh the pros and cons. Like you're never going to have everything you want in life. And so I think one of the lessons that I learned was that work-life balance is important to me. And sometimes, there's no like amount of money that you could pay me to work as hard as like I've been working for the last year. Like even if you were going to pay me $200,000, like it's not worth sacrificing my personal life and like not being able to have a life because I'm always working and always consumed with things related to work. It's like there's not enough money that you could pay me for that. Like I realized how much I valued my personal time and my work-life balance. I didn't really realize how important it was until I didn't have it anymore. And so that was the lesson that I definitely learned from this experience. Hello, Nikki. Thank you so much. Say hello to Elise's. I feel like management is always out of touch. Yeah. And that's so interesting. Like, it's one of those things where I guess when you are kind of like on the ground level, like you're the worker, you're like, why doesn't management understand this? And I've never been in a management position, so like I can't speak from their perspective. But I would love to know like where that disconnect is, because I completely agree. I do feel like management is always very out of touch with like the day-to-day of the workers that they're managing. And it's a really interesting like phenomenon, because I feel like it happens everywhere. Like I feel like no matter where you go, there's always like this weird gap where it's like management doesn't understand what's happening. And it also sometimes seems that they don't have an interest in finding out either. So it's just like they'll just make up these arbitrary rules and set these arbitrary deadlines without actually looking into, can we even perform at the level that you're like, these unrealistic expectations that you have, these unrealistic deadlines that you're setting. Like they just be pulling dates and numbers and stuff like out of thin air. And it's like, do you even know what we do? Like, it's very strange. It is very strange. That's how you do it. Draw two, then draw. Oh no, StreamYard's being crazy again. Is there any clause about how long? So I asked that question because I got that call at like 9:00 in the morning. I was like, oh, if there is a clause, then maybe I just shouldn't take the exam, because I don't want to have to like, owe them in time because they paid for the exam. When I was working as a background investigator, this was like some years back, like 5 or 6 years ago. When I was working as a background investigator, they paid for us to get our security clearance. And they put like in the contract or whatever, or in the offer letter or somewhere it was written that you had to sign, acknowledging that they were going to pay for you to get your clearance, which is, not a cheap thing to do. But if you passed your clearance, which you basically have to in order to work, you can't be working and not have a clearance. But if you passed and they've paid the money for it, then you have to work for them for at least 1 year. And if you quit before you've hit that 1 year mark, you have to pay them that money back that they spent to get your clearance done. And so having had that didn't happen to me. Like I didn't quit within a year when I was working that job. But knowing that was a rule there, I asked here, I was like, if I take this exam, like I literally called HR. I was like, if I take this exam and I pass, am I required to work here for X amount of time to basically work off what you guys spent on this exam? And they said no. They said that there was not a policy that existed. And I was like, is there anything that says that I have to pay you back what you spent? They said no. They said there's no policy that existed. And I'm just, in my mind, I'm like, you guys should probably make a policy that says that, because people are going to get over on you. I did this by accident, but there are probably going to be people that are going to come in and do this like intentionally. So you might want to set up something that people can't just come in, use you to get you to pay for their exam, and then they quit and take their credentials somewhere else. But I was like, okay, all right. I know my job had me sign a 2-year contract and then to pay for my certification. So if you quit before your 2 years, yep, you have to pay it back. Mm-hmm. That's a hard. Yeah, it really is. It really is 100%. Like, I can honestly say that so many people have noticed like a difference in me from the time like before I started this job to like now. Maybe not now. I'm a lot happier now that I put my 2 weeks in. But like, a week ago or whatever, people that know me like in person, like in real life, have noticed like there's been a noticeable change in my mood and my personality and my weight, like in my face. Like my face, I don't know which way the camera's like backwards. Like my face has been like breaking out, having a lot more breakout issues and stuff, stuff going on with my face, just because of like stress and like not sleeping. And then with the stress and not sleeping, then you're not eating right and just all kinds of things. Like my doctor, like my primary care physician, like my actual doctor has noticed like physical changes in like my blood pressure and different things. My therapist has noticed like, what I mean? Like there are just everybody that has been around me has been like, I don't want to tell you what to do with your life. I know you got to make money, but like, I think that maybe you should leave this job. And it's one of those things where it's like, I knew that I needed to leave, but I got bills to pay. So I can't just quit. I can just up and leave. So I had to wait for something to come through for me to be able to leave. But you're absolutely right. It is a heart attack in the making. And that's why people don't stay long because, like I said, it's unsustainable. I'm back. It is. Crisis mode is very tiring, especially when that is your baseline. Like we are always working in crisis mode. It's not like there's normal mode and crisis mode. There's crisis mode and then extra crisis mode. Like it's wild. It really is. Once upon a time, I accepted another job offer before going on a month vacation. And as soon as I came back, gave my current job at that time 2 weeks notice. I honestly, if I had known that this was going to happen, I absolutely would have taken, vacation time and then came back and put my notice in. But I wasn't expecting this phone call. When it came in, I wasn't expecting it. So I couldn't. And the sucky part about this job, this is the first job that I've ever had that's like this. But the sucky part about this job is they do not pay out your vacation time. It's use or lose. So if you don't use it, it doesn't carry over into the next year. And if you quit, they're not going to pay it out, which I hate because I'm that person, especially since like the pandemic when everybody was like working from home and stuff. I am that person that will save my vacation days. I don't go on vacation very often. I'll try to like schedule my vacation around time that I'm already off, like for holidays or we have off already or weekends and stuff like that. I will intentionally try to save my vacation time so that it will grow and grow and grow. And then when I quit, they have to pay all of that money out at once. So I get like a nice lump sum of money at the end on top of like my regular paycheck. I always do that at every job that I go to. And this is the first job that I had where like they don't pay it out. So I have a bunch of time that is not going to get paid out. That's just sitting there and I can't use it because once you put your 2 weeks in, they won't let you use your vacation time. Even if you already had vacation planned, they will not let you take it. So like, let's say, for example, I had planned on, having a day off this Friday. Because I put my 2 weeks in on Monday, they would have told me that I can't be off on Friday, which is it's a not nice policy. And I know one guy who went through that, who he had a vacation. I think he was supposed to be going like Ireland or something. I forget where he was supposed to be going, but he already had it lined up. And he didn't even put in his 2 weeks. He put in like 2 months notice. Like he gave them ample time to know that he was leaving so that they could like get his replacement and, all the stuff or whatever. He could like train the next person. And they told him that he couldn't go on his vacation that was already paid for. And after that happened, he was just like, F you guys. And he quit on the spot. He was just like, nope, forget the 2 months. I'm gone today. It's over. So it is interesting, the policies that they have. Hello, Meredith. Love your shirt in the thumbnail. I have a cup. Oh, really? I use it for a toothbrush. I hope this info has been changing. This is why I love Meredith. Meredith is so funny. Oh my gosh. I miss you. How are you? How have you been? Being reactive and not proactive is so exhausting and counterproductive. Exactly, Julissa. Exactly. I 100% agree with you. I don't know. My job freaks out if I log into LinkedIn, so I usually do once a year just to freak them out. And then a week later, I get a break. I love this, Lexi. I love this. This is so funny. And what's also funny, not funny, haha, but like just like weird timing. I was talking to one of my coworkers last week before I even knew, that I had gotten this new job. I was talking to him, and I don't know what happened, but something happened between him and the manager, and he was pissed. And he said that he went onto his LinkedIn, and I guess I don't have a LinkedIn account, so I don't really know how LinkedIn works. He like went onto his LinkedIn and I guess updated his status or something to show that he was like openly looking for jobs, as like he like did it on purpose because he was hoping that the manager or like the manager's manager or somebody, would see that and get scared and be like, oh no, like he's looking for a new job because he was so mad at them. So it's just funny that he did that on like Monday, and then by Friday I was the one that got a job offer, and now I really am leaving. So yeah, I love this strategy. I feel like other people try this out and let me know if it works. I am doing so much better. Now that I know that I'm leaving this job, I am doing so much better. I hope that this high continues. I hope that I don't get to the new job and it be some shit like it is where I'm at now. Hopefully things are better. Hopefully there is better ahead. But right now I am very happy and I feel extremely relieved to be getting out of this situation. My sister did that, but within the pharmacy tech field, big company paid for her test to get her certification, but they treated their employees lousy and paid really low. She found a better job easily. I bet, especially once she got the certification, it probably made it even easier for her to find something. Link to the chat, showering. Did I miss the other announcement? Yes, the other announcement is that I got a new job. So I'll be starting that not next week, but the week after. I've debated so many times about just screwing it over and calling off, but it gives me anxiety, and the patients don't deserve that. And it would really just screw over another coworker. I'm the same way, where it's like people will do really stuff. Like we have this thing that, we have like a hotline email, and there's like a rotation on it. And some people will purposefully call in sick on the days that they know they're on the hotline, because nobody wants to do the hotline. The hotline is really annoying because it's basically just a bunch of inquiries that we can't even answer. So we have to figure out who can answer it and like forward it to the right person or the right department or whatever. On top of the fact that like we're supposed to be doing our own jobs that day too. It's not like, oh, we're just on the hotline if we don't have anything else to do. We have to do whatever on fire crisis stuff we have to do for our own job on top of monitoring this inbox for the day and getting stuff, where it needs to go. So nobody likes being on the hotline because it's annoying and it's time consuming. And so a lot of people will use sick time and just call in sick, very like Mean Girls, I'm sick, kind of moments, so that they don't have to do the hotline. And have I considered doing that on hotline days? Absolutely. But have I ever actually done it? No, because of this exact reason. Like I get nervous. I'm like, I don't want to do that to the other person. Like if somebody else has to pick it up, like somebody to do that to me. And so I end up not doing it. So I totally relate. Also got to page 112 of Promising Period, and I'm supposed to be around 300. Okay. I mean, you're close, right? You're close. You still got time. It's only 8 o'clock, so you got time. What did I miss? I passed my exam on Friday, and also on Friday, I got a new job offer. So I put in my 2 weeks on Monday. Sounds like they need a consultant to review procedures. It's expensive, but it helps. Yes. And it's funny because I remember, gosh, this was so early on. This was maybe like, I had maybe been at this job for like 6 weeks. And I was like Googling how to become like what is it called? Like black belt certified or whatever, like the black belts, the people that come in basically and look at your procedures and tell you like how to make your procedures or your processes like more efficient. I was interested in becoming one of those people. I think it's called like the Lean Six Sigma, like black belt thing or whatever. I was literally like at work one day, like Googling it, trying to figure out like, what do I need to do? Like what classes, how much does it cost? Because I was like, maybe I'll do that on the side so I can become like an actual like black belt. And then I can come over, to my job and be like, all right, we're about to fix this because this is crazy. It is very chaotic, and they have definitely revamped a lot of things at the beginning of this year. But I told my manager, I was like, by the time y'all started trying to revamp things and trying to improve things and like it was like late January, early February when they started like announcing some of the changes that they were going to be making. And the changes, they sound good. They sound good on paper, but by that time I was already burnt out. I was already over it. I had already started looking for new jobs. And at this point, I'm just like, I don't like, nothing you say to me is going to make me want to stay. Like I've already like past my, my threshold. I've already extended myself too far. So glad you left. My last teaching job before this, I was in the worst mental state of my life, having very dark thoughts. I had to get out of there, and I've never looked back. Jobs can be a blessing or a curse. I 100% agree. I 100% agree. I think that, and this goes back to the book that I was talking about on Sunday, The Unwinding Anxiety. One of the things that book talks a lot about is being able to be retrospective and looking at situations and looking at it from I think it was what is the terminology? It was basically like a closed mindset and an open mindset, but those weren't the exact terms that they used. But I think it was like a fixed mindset and a growth mindset. I think those were the terms. But if you have a growth mindset, you can look at situations that maybe on the outside or on the surface look negative and still see like an opportunity there. And so that's what I've tried to do with this job, is like I said, despite the fact that I was absolutely miserable the entire time, trying to find like the opportunities that were there and like looking at all the things that I learned, all the growth that I have had, and in my profession. I've definitely grown. I have a lot more stuff I can add to my resume in terms of like skills, certifications, like, so it was, like you said, a blessing, but it was a rough blessing. It was rough. Agreed, left a bad job, and I can't believe how much healthier I was after leaving. And that's what I'm hoping will be the case for me. I'm hoping that I will be just a brand new Nell once I get to this new job. That's what I'm hoping for. That's what I desperately need. I got called into the office this week and told I had to use my PTO hours for something. So I found a book festival. Ooh, that's fun. What, did you have to use your PTO hours because you had too many? I know that happened to me once. I think I had like over 100 hours or something. And they were like, yeah, you got to use some of these. You can't hold on to all of these. And they made me take time off. Thank you so much, Meredith. Yep. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. Slowly trying to put the pieces together. We got a new job coming in. I think they're going to start work on the house next Wednesday. I think. Don't quote me, because I thought they were going to start last Wednesday and they didn't. But I'm hoping that they're going to start next one, like this coming Wednesday. I think they're supposed to start, or maybe it's the Wednesday after. I forget. But soon, within the next 2 weeks, they're supposed to be starting on the house. There's still a lot that has to go into that because they want us to move like the furniture and stuff out of the house so that they can redo it. But there's a lot of, like, it's a fully furnished, house. Like, there's a lot of furniture. And also most of my stuff is in the basement. So somebody has to carry like my bed, my bookshelves, my desk, like that stuff has to go up the stairs. And so we have to figure out the logistics on how to get these, huge furniture pieces out the house, up the stairs. And then they have to be brought back, So we have to work that out, but something hopefully is going to be starting in the next 2 weeks. So I'm looking forward to that. So slowly trying to put my life back together, slowly but surely. My job, 18 months probation period. Wow, that's a long time. You're allowed to take your vacation payout upon leaving, but you lose your sick time. Wow. Use it before you leave. My job allows you an hour of company time to... Really? Interesting. Huh. When you say other job postings, do you mean like internal, like other, I guess, positions that are open within the company that you work for? Or like they give you an hour of time to look for jobs like somewhere else? Because that's wild that they would like encourage that. That's crazy. I've never seen a job do that before. But also they have to approve your next... Whoa. What? They have to approve your next job, or you can be fined your early salary. What? Hold on. Let me They have to approve your next job. That's crazy. Let's just stop there. That's crazy. Or you can be fined your yearly salary, the new job salary. That's crazy. Who came up with this policy? They should be fired. That's wild. Last week I told you I was getting home from an interview. Well, I was offered the position the next day. I had to tell my principal that I would be resigning so she could post my position. That's awesome. I know that you were not looking forward to the new class, like the new grade level that you were going to have to be teaching. So I'm glad that you were able to get a new position teaching the grade that you want to teach. That's awesome, Sarah. Yes, congrats. We are still in the transfer period. When she pulled out her staffing spreadsheet to highlight my name, I was so shocked by how many other people have also told her they're leaving. Wow. Oh my gosh. My school used to be such a good school to work in, but in the 2 years my current principal has been there, so many teachers have quit. And I'm not surprised that that is the case, because I feel like that also is similar to the job that I'm at right now, because the manager, so not my manager, but the person that's above them, they, I think, started, I guess at this point, started 3 years ago. And pretty much all of the staff is relatively new, because I hate to say it like this, but I think that when she came in, she was not a very good manager and she ran off the staff that was there. And then they brought new people in and she ran them off too. And then my group of people came in. And when I say my group, it was like 2 or 3 of us. And now I'm leaving. And the other ones they're actively looking. So they are also going to be leaving, hopefully in the near future. And they also now have removed her and she's no longer in charge. They moved her to like another area because I think they realized that she was the problem. But again, like I said, they're making these changes and that's great. But as far as I'm concerned, it's too late. Like I'm done with it. I've washed my hands with it. So I hope that, these changes that they're making are good for like the next wave of people that are coming in. But it's a no for me. It's a no for me. Adopting a cat. Oh, wait. I think I missed something. Hold on. Congrats on passing exam. I missed one piece. Unless you're also pregnant or something. No. No, I'm not pregnant. Definitely not. That would be wild. Call me Mary. No, I'm not adopting a cat. Oh, maybe what you're talking about. I might have mentioned something about my dog. My dog, today's Wednesday. I guess it was yesterday, or I guess Monday night. Something happened to my dog. So maybe that might be what you're talking about, but he's okay now. And I'll talk about that in the next spring because we've been chatting for a while. So I want to get through these comments we can read, and then I'll come back and tell you guys a story about what was going on with my dog. But the short story is that he is okay, I think, now. I feel you. Keep the changes at the job. Yeah. I'm glad you guys are changing it, but I'm still out of here. No, I have not bought out Tesla. Could you imagine? Imagine if I could buy out Tesla. You got One Direction? No, I did not. Yeah, I have over 100 hours and I'm still accruing more. And she walks in and was like, girl, take time off. I asked her what she wanted me to go out in public or something. Yeah, Val, I support a homebody. I am a fellow homebody myself, so I would be very hypocritical if I told people to get out, because half the time I'm in the house. If I'm not at work, I'm usually home, or I'm like shopping and then I'm coming back home. Those logistics sound like something a brother should do. At least I made my brother do it for me. Got a new couch around Christmas, and he and his friends got it up. Oh my gosh, my 3rd floor apartment. Yeah, it's a lot, because it's like I have like my whole. I don't know if I've ever done like a room tour on, like, when I used to do like beauty stuff on my channel. I don't think I ever did like a room tour, an apartment tour, but I have like a vanity set up because I used to do like beauty stuff or whatever. So like, if you guys know about like the Alex drawers from IKEA, like the Lindemann tables, I have bookshelves. I have like 2 different desks. I have a bed. I have like 2 sofas. Like I have a lot of like big furniture, and that doesn't even include like all the smaller things like nightstands or different cabinet drawers and whatever. But I have like big furniture, and I'm just like, who is taking this stuff up the stairs? So I'm gonna have to figure that out ASAP. It is wild. It's what I hate the most about this job. I work for the state, so I can look for any available position under the state umbrella, but any agency and position within those agencies. Okay. That is crazy though. They have to like approve, they have to like give you approval to switch. I would have been like, get out of here. You can't tell me what to do. Yes, yes. I think he's okay. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Unlike Ariel, I don't want to be one of the people. I feel that. I completely agree with the statement wholeheartedly. Uh, yeah, I thought about doing like running like a U-Haul truck or something, or like hiring like movers, but like that's expensive. I'm trying not to spend a whole lot of money, so it's like I have to figure out. I like have to look at all the options basically and figure out what is going to be the least amount of work, but also the least expensive too. So we'll see. We'll see. All right, we have made it to the end of the comments. We are going to jump back into another sprint. Let me reset the timer. And I will see you guys back here in an hour. And once we come back, I will tell you guys about what happened to my dog the other day. I will see you guys back here in an hour. Happy reading. And we are back. How did everyone do? How did your reading go? I don't have any idea where I left off because I was listening to the audiobook. So I don't know where I'm at right now. I think I just read something that was a spoiler. Whoops. Probably wasn't supposed to know that. I don't know where I am. Did I read this part already? Oh, wait, I think I might be close. Yeah, okay. So I'm on page 149, and I think I was on page 115, I think. I think that's where I left off, is at 115. So I don't know what the math is on that, between 149 and 115, but whatever that math is, I think is how many pages I read or listened to during that sprint. I wasn't reading the entire time. That was a dinner sprint not for me, I ate dinner during the first sprint, but for my dog, it was medicine and dinner. And administering his medicine has been a challenge for the last 2 days since he started taking it. So yeah, took some time with that before I had to, before I was able to start reading. But let's see how you guys did. We had a couple folks join us during that last sprint. Let me see. It's not coming up. Hello, StreamYard. Well, I want to open up the comment. There we go. The last 20 minutes of Smatella was truly unhinged. I totally deserve wine now. Well, you're in the right place. Let's see, we got Paul. Hello, Paul. How are you? How's your Wednesday? How are you doing? What are you up to? I'll be reading Cold Bones, trying to catch up on books that I should have finished last week, but didn't read a thing. I feel like that happens. I haven't been reading as much recently. I mean, for obvious reasons, I haven't been reading as much, but now I am trying to, kind of like Paul, catch up on the reading that I haven't been doing. Yes, Cody, after that. Distracted by squirrels. Oh my gosh. Glenn is saying hello to Paul. We had Atia join us. Hello, Atia. How are you? How's your Wednesday? How's it going? Glenn is saying hello to Atia. Kiana is finally off of work. Nice. So what is the plan? Are you going to go home? Are you going to read? Are you going to crash, take a shower, eat dinner? What's the plan now that you're free? Hello, Kiana. Got 25% in Green Mile. Nice. Have you read this before, Lexi? Is this a reread or is this your first time reading it? Hello, Glenda. Sarah read a bit of A Promising Period. Nice. Uh-oh. StreamYard is being very uncooperative. Coda, have a class for me. Hello, Donna. How are you? Oh, no. I wonder if it's a lag just on my end, or are you guys seeing the lag too? Okay, now it's up. Finished Tom Lake. Nice. Pretty good for a book where not much actually happens. Definitely a feel-good novel. I'm assuming that if not much happens, was it more like a character-driven story? Is that the reason why there wasn't a whole lot happening? Was it more character-driven and not a whole lot of plot? I got to page 269 of Kicked Out by A.M. DeSue. It's a YA arc. Comes out next Tuesday. Nice. It's very cool. How are you liking it so far? 269 pages in. How are you liking it so far? StreamYard. Hello, Donna. How are you? How's it going? Let's say this is okay. I've seen the movie, but it's been years. I was very young when I watched that movie. I was probably in elementary school when I saw that movie, so I don't really remember any of it. I remember it being kind of eerie, but I couldn't even tell you like what the plot was because I genuinely don't remember. And I didn't even know that it was a book until probably earlier this year. And it might have been you, but like somebody was talking about like Stephen King books. It was around the time when Katie had first set up the read along for 11/22/63, which I'm just now remembering that I still have not finished that book. But it was around the time when Katie set up the readathon for that. Somewhere around that time, people were talking a lot about Stephen King, and that was a book that came up. And I was like, oh, I didn't realize that The Green Mile was based on a book, let alone that it was a book by Stephen King. Okay. Ooh, tacos. Nice. I feel like tacos always comes up because isn't there like a taco truck or something like near where you work or like on your way home from work or something? I feel like you've talked about getting tacos from like a food truck or something before. So I feel like tacos comes up a lot. Slowly making my way through King's backlist. Nice. For my next book, I'm starting the Talisman by Stephen King. Oh, I haven't heard of that one. Huh, another Stephen King book. Doing better now, Smatella indeed helped my mood. Yes, I heard Coda said that it was unhinged, so hope you guys had a great time. Hello to Donna. Made it through chapter 20 of Starling House. This book has such a great potential, but it keeps falling short. And the romance they're trying to develop is so unnecessary. Interesting. Okay. So you made it to chapter 20. Do you know like about what percentage you are into the book? Like, are you almost finished? Are you close to the end? Or are you like just like halfway through? Like where roughly is 20% in the book? Mom in Tom Lake is telling her daughter about the summer she dated a guy who became a famous actor and how she met and married her husband, their dad. Nothing sordid, nothing or scandalous or racy. Interesting, especially given the fact that this is a story about her dating a guy who became a famous actor. I guess you would kind of expect that there will be, some kind of scandal or something. Him being like a celebrity, basically. So yeah, I could see how that could be a little bit disappointing, expecting, some kind of drama or something happening, dealing with Hollywood, even if they're not like physically in California in Hollywood, just, the concept of Hollywood and, being famous and being in the starlight like that. I could see how that could be a little bit disappointing. Hello, Christina. I didn't realize Green Mile was originally published as an individual part like Charles Dickens, but published. Oh, was it? Until King spent the entire intro talking about it. Oh wow. Huh. So it was like a mini series almost. And so I guess now what we know as the Green Mile is like the bind up of the individual parts. I definitely did not know that. Come on. There's a taco truck that often comes to our park. Oh, okay. It comes here. I was gonna say, I know I've heard you talk about this like taco truck before. Hello, Jess. Just finished dinner. Made some chicken and gravy in the crock pot with mashed potatoes and biscuits. That sounds amazing. First time making it. It was so good. I'm glad that it turned out well. Finished Matella and supper and now trying to get some more spring cleaning done. Yes, I'm spring cleaning my life right now. Love the Green Mile in the separate books. Oh, you have the Green Mile in the separate books. Oh, okay. Cool. I also did not know this until Lexi just said it. Interesting. Listening to the audiobook while reading the physical book. So chapter 20 is exactly 60% or page 182 of 304. Okay. So you're a little over halfway there, which means that there's still time for the author to like do something wild and unexpected. I feel like once you get between like 60 and 85% is what I call like the unpredictability. Like that's where there is room for the author to do something that like you're not expecting that can either make or break how you feel about the book. So hopefully it ends in a way that you want it to end and that you end up enjoying it. I will be going to bed soon, but wanted to pop on and say hello. Hello, Donna. Thank you so much for joining us. Good to see you. Walked next door to my friend's house and drank the wine. Nice. I hope that you shared. Or did you drink their wine? Did you go to their house and drink their wine? But yes, I did tell you guys that I was going to tell you the story of what happened with my dog. So Monday night, I came home from work, and I usually leave like pretty early in the morning, like relatively early. So like around like 7:30, something like that is usually when I leave out. And then I usually come back a little later because with the whole house situation, I usually have to go to my house so I can get clothes for the next day, and then I come here. So by the time I got here, it was probably like roughly 8 o'clock at night. And I came home and I thought everything was fine. And, went to the bathroom, changed my clothes, settled it in basically. And my mom was saying, like, oh, like, he's acting weird. She just kept saying, like, he's acting weird. Don't you think he's acting weird? Like, isn't he's not acting like himself? And I'm just what is he doing? I just walked in the door. I didn't really have time to observe him, and she's been with him all day. And I noticed that he, she pointed this out, that he like wouldn't look at you when you called his name, which is something that he will do sometimes if he know that he has done something that he's not supposed to do. Like if he stole like your clothes or something, which he does. He's famous for like, if you leave clothes on the floor, they will be gone. He will take them. Or if he like, used the bathroom somewhere, that he wasn't supposed to use the bathroom, he'll like look at you like he like won't look at you because he knows that you're gonna like, scold him or whatever. So yeah, it was strange that he like wouldn't look at you when you called his name. That was kind of unusual. So I was like, okay, what did he do? What did he get into? And he like wasn't moving like he was supposed. Like usually, he's a Yorkie, so he's little and he has his little prance, his little trot that he does. And I call him like my patrol dog because he basically like patrols the room or patrols the house, and he'll walk around in circles over and over again, like sniffing everything and checking everything out. And then he'll sit down and then he'll get back up a little bit later and go back around, make his rounds and sniff everything and check everything out. And he was like not moving. He would like take like 2 steps and then he would just freeze. He's like wouldn't move, which is very unlike him because he's always moving. It's hard to get him to like sit still and and stop moving. So the fact that he like would just freeze, I was just like, what is he okay? Like, is he seeing something? Like, are there like ghosts in here or something? Like, what is going on with him? So I kind of thought like whatever it was, because I know sometimes when he takes like kind of like anxiety medicine, not on a regular basis, like when he has to go get groomed, he has to take like anxiety medication and stuff like that. And sometimes the side effects of that could be that he's a little like sluggish or, kind of out of it a little bit or whatever. But it's something that we don't do very often. We do it like maybe like, I don't know, 3, 4, maybe 5 times a year. So it's not, something that he's doing all the time. But he was eating, he ate his dinner and he used the bathroom, and it was just like, okay, not really sure what's going on here. And I woke up around maybe 3 o'clock. No, it's probably more like 1 o'clock in the morning. I woke up around 1 and saw that he had gotten out of his bed and was just laying on the floor, which is also not normal because normally he sleeps in his bed all night long. He got out of the bed and he was just laying on the floor. And I was like, okay, I don't want to bother him. It's not like he's doing anything wrong, but it is strange. I don't want to disturb him. If that's where he's comfortable, then I'll just let him, stay where he's at. Like, it's fine. So I woke up maybe like 2 hours later. So now it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. I woke up and he's like, again, just sitting there. Now he's sitting up. And it's not normal for him to do that at 3 o'clock in the morning. So again, I'm like, are there spirits? Like, what is 3 a.m.? Why is my dog on high alert? It was very weird. And so I was just like, we're going to have to take him to the doctor because something's not right. Something's wrong. Something's off. And I thought that maybe he could sleep it off and be fine in the morning, but he's still being like, weird. So my mom and I are talking, and as we're talking, I'm still kind of watching him, like seeing what he's doing, how he's behaving. And I realized that he wouldn't turn to the left. Like he wouldn't turn his body to the left. He wouldn't turn his head to the left. He would only go to the right. So if he wanted to do something that was on the left side, he would go to the right and make like a big U-turn to get to where he was trying to get to, which was, I'm just like, whoa, why is he not going to the left? Like, what's wrong with him? And I realized that I think I was like, I think he's having pain on his left side for some reason. I think that he had something, I forget what it's called, something that has to do with like the spine and the muscles and stuff in your neck and whatever. So they ended up giving him a muscle relaxer, something to do with inflammation, and I forget what the third thing. Oh, ibuprofen. So I have been trying to administer medication, and out of the 3 medications, 2 of them are pills. So I just put them in a little pill pocket and give it to him. But one of them is a liquid that I have to give him in like a syringe, not like a needle syringe. Like if you've ever done like shots where you have like the little like plastic syringe and you use it to like soak it up and then you like squirt it into your mouth. It's like one of those kind of things, which is very difficult to do with this dog because he does not want anything like near his mouth. So trying to like hold him and get this stuff in his mouth, oh my gosh, this dog is giving me a run for my money. But I am glad that he is doing better. He is now, turning to the left and turning his head to the left and doing things on his left side now. So I'm very happy that, he seems to be doing okay. It's hard to know if the problem is resolved because, like I said, this was just like a day or 2 ago. Like I literally just took him to the doctor yesterday. So very, recent situation. And with him taking this medication, sometimes, ibuprofen and things like that can make you feel better, even though the problem isn't actually fixed. It's like if you have a headache because you're dehydrated and you take like Tylenol to get rid of your headache, you're still dehydrated. Like you haven't actually fixed the problem. You just don't feel the pain from the problem. So I can't tell if he is just, because he's on this medication that he just feels better because he's on the medicine, or if he feels better because he actually is getting better. So I'm going to try to, do the medicine for 2 weeks like I'm supposed to. But it was very scary. And like with pets, like they can't talk to you. So you don't really know what's going on and you kind of have to guess. But I've had this dog he'll be 8, I think. He'll be 8 in August. And I've had him basically since he was born. So I guess when you have had a pet long enough, you kind of know, like you can pick up on things that are abnormal for them. And so I am pleased with myself that I was able to figure out, I'm like, something's wrong with his left side. And when I took him to the vet, they did like different like tests where they had him turn different ways. And when he turned to the left, he like, you could hear him like his version of like a squeal or like a scream, which so you could tell like it was painful. And, he didn't make that sound when he was going to the right, but when he went to the left, like the doctor basically like folded him on his left side. And you could hear him like kind of like squeal. So you could tell that like it was definitely something painful going on. And I'm glad that I decided to take him to the doctor because at first I wasn't going to because the vet is expensive, okay? And we don't have pet insurance. I've never had to take him to the vet for like a problem. The only time I take him to the vet is when he has to get like, his updated like vaccines and stuff. But otherwise, we don't go to the vet. I don't personally go to the doctor myself like that unless I have to go for like a routine like blood work and stuff like that. So we don't have pet insurance and it was expensive. That visit yesterday was quite pricey. But I am, like I said, glad that he is okay, or at least as far as I know, he's okay. But yeah, that is the story of me waking up at 3 a.m. and thinking that there were ghosts in the house because my dog did something to his left side and hurt himself. They said that it could have happened from like if he's on like a leash and he like does something, like does some kind of like straining movement or something while he's on a leash or whatever, that could have hurt his neck. So they said that he basically has to be on bed rest for the next 2 weeks, which is again very hard for a dog like this because he's always bouncing around and doing things and following you everywhere you go in the house. So getting him to like stay in one place is really hard to do. Because he wants to just do everything because he does feel better, or he thinks he's better. So it's been a time the last 24 48 hours. It's been something. But yeah, that's the story. He could have pulled something. They also said that it could be something wrong with like a disc or something, but they said to do the medicine for 2 weeks, and then if there is still an issue after that, then they recommend getting an x-ray to see if there's anything like, deeper. Like I said, if there is like a disc or something that's out of place, then he would need an x-ray for that. But we're hoping that it doesn't come to that. We're trying to get him to stay calm and to stay put and not exert himself too much so that he doesn't make the problem worse. That's for sure. Ellie this past summer was just acting off one day and was just like laying there and didn't want to cuddle. Turned out, oh my gosh, wow, yeah, these dogs, they be doing too much. They be hurting themselves. I'm like, calm down, relax. Yeah, he did something. I don't know what he did, but he did something to like his neck or his shoulder or something. They said what it was called, and I had them write it down on a piece of paper because I'm like, I'm not gonna remember whatever this word is that you just said. But it's something. I'll like put it in the chat or something. I'll like look it up during the next sprint and write it down so that you guys can see like what it actually is called that they think he might have, experienced or had. And it's also pretty common in older dogs because, as you get older, your bones, are frailer, and I don't know if that's a word, but your joints and different things get to aching, and so it's not uncommon, but it's uncommon for him because he's in like really good health. Like if you saw this dog and interact with this dog, you would have no idea that he's 8 years old, which is kind of old, for dogs. He's basically a senior, but he does not act like it at all. Like you would never know. Oh my gosh, she off the back of your mom's couch. Ended up seeing her doing it. Yes, cameras, honestly, you'd be surprised the things that you catch your pets doing with cameras. That's one of the things that I love about having cameras in certain parts of the house is that I can see things. And when he thinks, when I walk out the room and he thinks that I don't know what's going on and he tries to do something slick and I can go back and see what he did. Mm-hmm. But enough about him. We are going to jump into our last sprint. So let me reset the timer. And we are going to jump into, like I said, the last sprint, another hour. And I will see you guys back here in 60 minutes. Happy reading. And we are back. That was our final sprint. So, how did everyone do? How did your reading go? I think I read about 50, probably like exactly 50 pages, something like that, like 49 or 51, something like right around 50. So I am moving right along in this book, and I am enjoying it so far. There's still, at least a quarter of the book left to go, at least. So we'll see how it ends. Hopefully, it doesn't end, disappointing. So we'll see. We'll see. I am blogging this book because I'm blogging all of the books in any new series that I'm starting in the year of 2024. So obviously, this is a new series. It's the first book in the series. So I am blogging this, but it is interesting so far. And I'm curious to see where this story is going to go, because there are things that are happening in this book that I don't think will get resolved in this book. Just knowing that this is a series, if this was the first book and none of the other books existed yet, I would think that, okay, like maybe they'll find a way to wrap all this up in the last quarter of the book, because I know that there are other books in this series. I feel like some of this stuff is probably going to be lingering. I don't think we're going to get answers, and I don't think everything's going to get wrapped up before the end of it. So, we'll see what they do wrap up and what they don't, and what has to, carry over into the next book. I'm also interested to see the romance that is maybe going to develop with some of these characters. That'll be interesting to see. So, yeah, that's what I'll say so far. So let me see, where did I leave off in the comments? So this is if it'll pop up, this is the disease that I was talking about. This is what the vet said that they suspect my dog probably has, but we won't know for sure unless we get an x-ray, and the x-ray is like $300. So we did not pay for that x-ray. We are going to try to do the medication for 2 weeks and see if he improves, and then if he does improve, then we won't need the x-ray unless he has like another flare-up or something. But if he does have another flare-up, then we're definitely going to have to do an x-ray. So fingers crossed that he doesn't have another flare-up and that he, recovers from this. He seems to be doing fine, but it's hard to tell if he's, like I said, actually doing fine, or if he just thinks he's doing fine because he's on the medication and it's numbing the pain kind of thing. Also, this is supposed to say disc, not disco. It's not a disco disease, I promise. It's not what it's supposed to say. That was a typo. Yes, they can. They definitely can. I mean, they're less expensive than a human child, but yeah, they can definitely dip into your pockets. That's true. Yeah. I also hope medicine will help. I hope so too. Maybe it'll get easier. Maybe once he feels better, it might be easier to give him. It's just the liquid one. Like the pills he can take, because like I said, I put him in a pill pocket and he eats those right up. But the liquid, it's hard to get in his mouth because he doesn't want that near his mouth. I don't know if it's the smell that he doesn't like. I don't know what it is, but he doesn't like when the syringe is like near his mouth. He like won't open his mouth, and he like turns his head and tries to fight you. So maybe it'll get easier. We'll see. Maybe he'll get used to it. This is only like day 1 or day 2, whatever. So still pretty early in the process. Maybe he'll have to adjust. But you are welcome, and thank you so much. And congratulations to you as well with your good news. I'm excited for you and your new class. You are welcome, Susan, and thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Nicole said not going to make it, heading to bed. Good night, Nicole. Thanks for stopping by, hanging out with us. Good night, Sarah, Susan, and Nicole. Good night to Nicole. Atia got 75% in CC Rios and the Queen of Brujas, washed dishes, and got a bowl of ice cream. You were very productive during that sprint. That sounds amazing. What kind of ice cream? Read 70 pages. You're reading part of your world. I did see this. I think you posted about this in Katie's Discord. I think I didn't see the whole message, but I saw like a preview of it, and you mentioned something about part of your world. I hope that you are absolutely loving it, because Abby Jimenez is one of my favorite authors. So I hope that you are loving it. Good night, Nicole. Showered and got ready for bed. Read to chapter 25. Okay, 72%. We'll finish it tomorrow. Well, that's good. That's still progress. So I think the last time we did a check-in, you said that you got to chapter 20. So now you're up to chapter 25. So you got 5 chapters. So that's good. It's blurry. Getting ready for an early bedtime tonight. Don't know why I'm so tired. I'm also very tired. Also very tired. if it's showing in my eyes, I'm also very tired. Uh, yeah, no, it was supposed to say disc. It was supposed to say disc, like the discs that are in his neck or whatever. Not disco. It's not a disco disease. Yeah. He's like I said, he's doing okay now. Hopefully, it continues to just go up from here. That's the goal. Yeah. It was really sad to see him like acting not himself because he's very like just hyperactive, and to see him just be like so sad and mopey, like he couldn't even like put his head up. He was like walking with like his head down, and he could only go to the right. I'm just like, oh no. So yes, they seem to be working so far. So I can say that at this point things are they're looking pretty good. But true. Yeah. Yes, they are. They are. I feel like I'm constantly having to re-up on my kids' food. Yes, they go through food like crazy. But honestly, you can ignore. Probably. I feel like kids can like, especially nowadays with like technology, kids can kind of entertain themselves. It's harder for animals to entertain themselves because they want to be like up under you. That good cat food makes. I bet. I bet. Cookies and cream. Oh, I love cookies and cream. Cookies and cream is probably like top tier number one favorite ice cream flavor for me. I would say after cookies and cream, it's probably, and this is in no particular order, probably like French vanilla, cake batter, and like cheesecake. I would say those three. And then if there's anything that has like caramel or like cookie dough in it, I would say like all of those are like runners up. But the ultimate is cookie dough. I mean, is cookies and cream. Pass the ice cream. Only if you pass the one. Oh my gosh. You are welcome. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Yes, I also hope that he gets better, and I appreciate your well wishes, Christina. I see Elena has joined us. Hello, Elena. How are you? Yes, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Finish a couple chapters in the 3-Minute Universe, Star Trek book by Barbara Paul. Nice. Yes, thank you, Glenda. And a glass for you, and a glass for you. Thank you, Oprah. All the ice cream going around now. Doggy's in good hands. Oh, thank you, Courtney. Yeah, I'm trying to keep him contained because I don't want this problem to get any worse. Made it to chapter 38. Nice. Or made it to 38 chapters, 79% in the book. 12 more chapters left, 30% more until you finish. Awesome. Very nice. I hope that you're enjoying it. I hope that you are enjoying your book, Elena. You are very welcome. Thanks for hanging out. Got to chapter 35, page 274 of my book, getting closer to the end. Thank you for hosting. See you next Wednesday. Thank you, Glenda, for hanging out. Yes, I will see you guys next Wednesday for the next Wind Down Wednesday. I'm thinking about possibly, you guys let me know what you think about this, but I'm thinking about doing my first quarter wrap up during sprints next week because I haven't done a wrap up at all this year. And so it just, since I'm going to be here anyway on Wednesday, maybe I will do a wrap up, and maybe each chatty bit will be like a different month. So like we'll start with like January, and I'll go through like all the books that I did for January and like review them or give like star ratings for them. And then on the next chatty bit, do February and then do March. So it'll be January, February, and March. But let me know what you guys think about a live like wrap up for January through March books that I read, since I haven't posted an actual like formal wrap up at all this year. I'm a lover of red velvet ice cream with actual bits of red velvet mixed in. I've never had that before. I wonder too, does red velvet ice cream, is it just chocolate ice cream with like red dye? Because that's what red velvet cake is. Red velvet cake is just chocolate cake that's dyed red. So is it the same thing for the ice cream? It's just chocolate ice cream that's dyed red, or does it have like a different taste? I didn't even know that red velvet ice cream was a thing. I've never even heard of that before. Oh, butter pecan. Okay, okay. Thank you, Christina. Nightbot is fired because he said sip sip one time and disappeared. Coda said the best vanilla is Vanilla Bean by Tillamook. Okay, okay. I do like Vanilla Bean, and it's hard. It depends on like the maker, but there is a difference in the taste between something that is vanilla and something that is vanilla bean. I think that vanilla bean is always superior to just regular vanilla. I know that some people can't tell the difference, but I do think that vanilla bean is always superior. So I believe you when you say that vanilla bean by Tillamook is the best. I believe that. Elaine is doing great. That's wonderful. Missed a few of those nights. Yeah. So did Nightbot. He's sleeping on the job. Let's see. Glenda said that her favorite flavor is chocolate. Nice. Thank you for this, friend. See you next time. Have a good night. Good night, Maria. Oh, oh my gosh, StreamYard. It won't go to the next comment. It's like stuck. I see that Coda said sleep, but it's taking forever to switch. I don't know what's going on with this thing. Thank you, Elena. He's doing all right. He's doing all right now. So we're thankful for the progress that we've made thus far. This is a long comment from Coda, but I can't see it. It says, I planted things tonight instead of reading. I got, all the lettuce planted in the table planter. I planted 2 types of parsley, curry, marjoram, thyme, and 4 types of basil, sweet opal Thai, and come in. Some other kind that looks like regular sweet basil, but maybe not. That's so cool. See, I don't have a green thumb, so if I planted all those things, they'd all be dead by the end of the week. But I wish that I had like just the patience. I think that's really what it is. Like I don't have the patience to deal with like growing plants because I feel like that's something that you really need, time and dedication and patience for it. And I'm much more like a millennial in a sense where instant gratification, I prefer that over the having to wait. So plants, I'm just like, if it's dying and I pour some water in it and it doesn't instantly revive, I'm like, throw it away. That's why I stick with my plastic plants. But I do at some point in life, maybe when I'm, older or when I retire or something. But at some point in life, I would like to get into like, planting and like having a garden and stuff. It looks really cool. Like I like watching other people do it, but I know that I am not good at it right now. Ice cream, it tastes different than chocolate. Oh, okay. I would know since I'm not a huge fan of chocolate, so I have no clue. Oh, okay. I might have to see if I can find red velvet ice cream so I can taste it and see what it tastes like. Vanilla bean is top tier. Yeah, I agree. Ooh, some oregano. Now, is it really oregano, Coda? You know what's coming up this weekend. Is it actually oregano? Red wine. Yes. So because I'm at my mom's house, I'm not at my house. This is. What is this? Stella Rosa Black. That's like her favorite wine. It's like one of the only wines that she'll actually drink. So that is what I have tonight because I'm not home to drink my rosé. Yeah, it really is. It really is a nice garden. Nice little collection of stuff that he has there. That's awesome. Thank you very much, Christina. Finally got to the Talento cold brew coffee gelato. Ooh. I'm autistic and can't enjoy most ice cream with bits in them. My faves are all smooth and simple. See, I'm the exact opposite. It's hard for me, harder. I'm not saying it's hard. It's harder for me to eat stuff that doesn't have like bits in it. Like I prefer to have, whether it's like brownie pieces, cookie dough, Oreo pieces. Like I like to have something caramel or something in my ice cream because when it's just smooth, I don't know, it just is weird. The texture to me is weird without something in it. Thank you, Coda. You too. Aw, so sweet. You need holy basil. What is holy basil? That's what I want to know. Yeah, I'm not in a place in my life where I'm ready to commit to the plant life. Okay, I'm not ready. I'm not. That's what I was like. Maybe when I'm older, maybe when I'm like in my 50s and don't have anything else to do, then maybe I can actually like dedicate and like focus on it and have the patience for it. But right now, I don't have it. I don't have the skills and the patience that I need to grow a garden right now. See some of you tomorrow on Someone's Friends. James, Too Good, Brittany, Courtney, or Nicole's. Yes, I'm definitely going to try to pop in for Courtney's tomorrow. We'll see. Depends on how work goes. But I do plan to be there tomorrow for Courtney's. Good stuff. Yeah, it is. Quality red velvet cake is red because of chemistry with the chocolate and other. Oh, I did not know that. So what you're saying is that people who use red dye to dye their red velvet cakes, those cakes aren't good quality because they shouldn't have to dye it. Interesting. I'll plant that. I'll plant that layer. You can't grow the other oregano in 3 days. Already. Oh my gosh. I'm a lover of red wine, so now I'm curious what brand that is. Yep, it's Stella Rosa. It's the only brand that my mom drinks. She's very picky. She's not really a drinker. She's also not really a wine drinker. So when she does drink wine, it's usually a sweet something. And she has just recently become, not recently, I would say in the last, I don't know, it'd be like 4 or 5 years, been obsessed with Stella Rosa Black. So that is what she pretty much always has. If she has wine in the house at all, that's what it is. Yeah. Oh, look who decided to show up. Oh, he must have looked it up. Must be cool. He said he needs some. Now I need to know what it is. Now I'm gonna look it up. Let's see. It's a plant. Oh, it has benefits for your brain and your body. Reduce stress, treat ulcers, relieve joint pain. Okay. It's called the Queen of Herbs. Oh, it looks like it has a lot of like good like physical health benefits. That's cool. Nice. Thanks for that's Nightbot. Not Nightbot coming in right. Exactly. Fired. Nightbot is fired. And StreamYard will be fired too because the comments keep taking forever to show up. Which in the tweet, everyone is gonna need to see. You already planted it. Yeah. I think that's what he was doing. I think he was doing that during the sprints. Something you put on. Oh, holy cow! My grandma was a semi-pro cake baker and made red velvet cake for my dad and eventually for me. Every birthday, I have her recipe. Need to master it someday. That's cool. Not a chia pet. Not the chia pet. I always, when I was little, I used to always want them for some reason. I have like this weird, vivid memory of being like young, like I was like 5, and I really wanted a chia pet and a Furby, and I got the Furby for Christmas, and I was excited, until I opened it and realized how terrifying Furbies are. Like Furbies are actually really scary, especially when they malfunction and they like turn on when you don't want them to turn. They start talking and blinking and doing crazy things. I don't bang with Furbies anymore. They were really cool when I was little, and then traumatized. And so in hindsight, I'm like, dang, I wish my parents had got me the Chia Pet instead of the Furby, because that Furby was scarring. I did. I just planted. Oh, I thought you did. I planted. Oh yeah, sweet basil, the open basil, and the Thai basil. Hold the phone. Never. Oh, okay, that's good. That's good. That's because. Oh, I see. I see. Good to know. Good to know. Thai basil is not. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, didn't know that. Everleaf Genovese basil. He said whatever that is. Yeah, it's not horrible. It's not like my favorite. It's not. If I buy Stella Rosa, it's because I'm going to be drinking it like with someone or like with a group. And again, it's just like the rosé or like the Moscato. It's one of those wines that like you can't really go wrong, and it's pretty inexpensive as far as like wines go. So if you want like a reasonable tasting cheap sweet red wine, Stella Rosa is a decent option to go with. It's generally going to be like a crowd pleaser. Like I said, it's hard to go wrong with it. I told you it's good stuff. Oh my gosh. Okay. It's a texture thing for me too. I love vanilla, coffee, coconut, green tea, or dark chocolate ice cream. Single flavors, maybe with a caramel swirl. If it's not too solid texture. Okay, okay. So yeah, we're like opposites on the texture thing. You like yours to be super smooth, and I prefer mine to have like pieces in it. But I'm actually the opposite when it comes to like peanut butter, because when it comes to peanut butter, I do not like chunky peanut butter. I need my peanut butter to be smooth. So I don't know how you feel about your peanut butter, but I certainly prefer smooth peanut butter. Thai basil is the best of all of them. No, my sister had a Furby and we kept it in a duct tape box. I'm telling you, those things, something wasn't right. They were possessed or something, because they would turn on when they weren't supposed to be on. They would start talking and blinking and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. I'm glad that they're gone. I'm glad that they're no longer a thing that children, are using and buying anymore. I hope that they never make a comeback. Those little demonic toys. You would like tarragon and Elise's. It also has that licorice taste. Okay. So wait a sec. Yes, I am done studying. It's over. I'm finally done. I still have to work at this job for the next 2 weeks, but that will also soon be over. So there is light at the end of the tunnel. I'll check it out, but I don't like licorice. I like holy basil for the health. Yeah, there are definitely a lot of health benefits. I was looking at it. There's definitely a lot. So I understand that. I wonder if my mom knows about this. I'll have to tell her about that, because she might want to get into that. She's like really into like natural stuff, like herbs and oils and stuff. She's really into that. So I'll have to let her know about that. Lexa, we have a Furby. Oh no. And we just cleaned out Sun's room and he's decided he needs it. Oh my gosh. I'll be praying for you and your family, Christina. Let's see. Go with the Chia Pet. Yeah, I should have got the Chia Pet. Biojar. Oh, nice. I was thinking that in my head. When Elise's first said that, I literally sang the song in my head. I could like see the commercial and everything. Remember when they had like the Chia Pets that were like characters? Like they had like the Tweety Bird one. They had a Scooby Doo one. I think that even had like some people. I don't remember who the people were, but I think they had some people ones too. But yeah, that's a throwback. I had a Furby, and because I was scared of it, I placed it in the dark closet. Left it there. I'm glad that I'm not the only one that thought that these Furby toys were little like plastic demons. They really were. So we'll be drinking what? Yes, we will. We certainly will. It's not poor Furby, it's poor us. We were traumatized by Furby. Furby is the monster here. Oh yeah, Bob Ross. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, I didn't know about that one. Okay. Yeah, I knew they had like some people ones, but I couldn't remember who the people were. But I definitely remember the Scooby Doo one and the Tweety Bird one because those were ones that I wanted. Wouldn't stop talking. Yep, and all that blinking, I couldn't take it. Demons, demons. Let me turn off this banner. But yes, we have reached the end of the comments. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I will see you guys next week, next Wednesday. I will have, so there are two options, and maybe we can even do both. Like, it doesn't matter. Just let me know what you guys would prefer. But we can either have a guest next week, which you guys already know who the guest would be. If the guest doesn't come next week, then they will hopefully definitely come the first week in May. If they do not come, then I will do like I said, like my wrap up. So let me know if you guys would prefer to see the wrap up of all the books that I've read like so far this year. Well, not so far because we won't do April. We'll just do January, February, March. So I can either do a live wrap up next week, or we can have a guest next week, or we can do both. You guys let me know what you're thinking. Oh, whoa, what just happened? Any of you remember? No, I don't. What is Teddy Ruxpin? Mine had a sweet voice and was cute and gray. My little sister's was black and white and evil looking. It sounded like it was possessed and also had an unintelligible name. Me too. See, your sister's on the same page with us. You got lucky. Christina said that she apparently remembers Teddy Ruxpin. Came out when my eldest was little. I had one of those and was scared of it too. What a waste of my parents' money. Obviously, that's what you're gonna pick. Funny, I need my peanut butter to be crunchy. I love the honey roasted crunch peanut butter. Yeah, so we're the opposite. You like smooth ice cream and I like chunky ice cream, and then you like chunky peanut butter and I like smooth peanut butter. Yes, Shalisa, I had a Teddy Ruxpin. I had the first 2 volumes on DVD. Oh, wow. Teddy Rex came out about the same time as my buddy dog. I don't know what that is either. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yes, I did have a Cabbage Patch Kid. That doll was not evil. I didn't have any issues with that one. Hello, StreamYard. You want to pull up the next comment? That'd be great. Thanks so much. Okay. My buddy doll is where they came up with the idea for. Oh, did not know that. Interesting. Okay. Good to know. Now I'm going to look this up. Now, Cabbage Kids are older. I had one. Yeah, I did have a Cabbage Patch doll. That I did have. Oh my gosh, is this the song? Is this like the song for the commercial? I don't know the song because I'd never heard of this toy before, but I'm definitely gonna look it up once this is over. Especially since you said that this is what Chucky was based on. Chucky is scarier in the first movie than any of the other movies in the franchise. Therefore, nobody Lisa. When I had kids, they changed them, and now their bodies are smaller. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to look into this. I love the singing. I love the theme song commercial jingle that's happening. You used to be able to buy real baby clothes for them, but they made them smaller so you can't. Oh, it's just so they can make some money. They need you to buy like special clothes for them, just a way for them to make more money off of it. But all right, guys, I'm going to head out. Have a wonderful evening. Hope you guys have a great rest of your week. I will see you guys, throughout the interwebs. But until next time, I will see you all next Wednesday for the next Wind Down Wednesday. So have a wonderful night. Sleep tight, unless it's daytime. In that case, have a great day. But yeah, good night.